Good, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to we're at Greer Dragway for day 2 of Southeast Street Yeet presented by Motion Raceworks. We're touching up the track here, finishing up a little bit of preparation. I'm looking at some data here from yesterday, finding out the skinny final results. This is only one day of racing, but I think the biggest thing to talk about right now is tiny tire, because we got some
Attention, if you cannot hear the sound of my voice, reconfigure your cars, or write that dial to 88.5. This is weird if you're hearing me say that, but if you want to listen to this on the radio, 88.5, dial.
All right, Corey Stamper is telling me to talk, so hopefully you guys on the live feed and Spoold Media can hear the sound of my voice. If you can, welcome to Southeast Street Yeet, Day 2, presented by Motion Raceworks. We're here at Greer Dragway in South Carolina. We're doing some final touch-up here on the drag strip, and we're going to get ready to go to racing action shortly. We're coming out of the gate swinging with the heavy hitters. I'm getting a thumbs up that everybody can hear me, so hello, everybody on the internet. Hey, if you can hear this on the live feed, share this with your friends, your family. Have them come in and tune in for this, and we want to make this thing grow as much as possible. So tune into Spoold Media on the YouTubes over there, and you can watch all the racing action throughout the rest of the week for Southeast Street Yeet. All right, coming up, we have our unlimited and limited category, and I got the numbers here. I'm looking at Chris Benor. I'm just going to call him Chris Ben for now until Chris comes up here, or somebody from his team tells me how to say that, because I don't want to keep insulting this man. So Chris Ben in the Gray Fox He went 481 yesterday. He's sitting on top of our unlimited category. Argus Sanders in the Mustang. Hey, just a reminder, Argus is one of the sponsors with Argus Forestry. He's putting up $500 reward for any racer that can post up a 000 reaction time. So if you can chop down the tree, he's going to put $500 cash in your hand. He's also sitting in second place with 5:032 yesterday was what he turned in. That car is capable of going much quicker, not what he was looking for. He made a bunch of passes trying to get that thing in a better position. Let's see how we can do today here at Greer. And it's coming up in third place, we've got Gary Bell in the Chevelle, sitting on 5'11" on third place. And not far outside of the podium, William Jones in the Dirty Falcon with a 5:37, and right behind him, CJ Cave. CJ had a little bit of issue. The wheel on his trailer fell off. Looks like somebody was slacking on lug nut day. But CJ Cave is going to make it here. He's sitting in fourth place, right outside of the podium. They're not out of contention yet. And a handful of other 5-second contenders that are all very capable of going much quicker if they can put it all together. And then in the limited category, Kyle Beaumont in the Blue Firebird was finally able to punch into 4-second territory with a 4.92 with a 2. Was the final time slip he turned in. Stephen Price in the Chevelle turned in a 5:11. He's sitting in second place, but right behind him, Jeffrey Hillard in the white Fox body, 5:19, and Justin Treadle with the Fox body with a 5.2 with a 0. So again, very tight class there after first day. I don't have the exact number of cars that we started with yet. I need someone to do the math on that, maybe. Somebody can punch in the numbers on the spreadsheet. We want to figure out how many cars entered versus how many made it here today. I saw a little bit of carnage and chaos on the road and in the WhatsApp group. One of the big maybes of whether or not they are going to make it, and I don't know that I have seen it, maybe somebody can confirm, the Rotson, I believe they got it fixed last night. They were getting a axle shaft from a Nissan Armada, and the plan was that axle shaft was 2 inches too long, so they were going to cut it and weld it back together in order to limp it onto the track here today and make the next hit. It looked like they were in high spirits. The last post I saw from all of them, the rowdy streetcars boys and girls, was they were using it as a picnic table to enjoy their dinner at about 2 a.m. at a gas station. They were so hungry that they could eat a sandwich from a gas station. All right, while our unlimited and limited guys are stacking up in the lanes here, let's get Tiny Tire and Tailgate. Let's put Tailgate in lanes 4 and Tiny Tire lanes 3. This is your first call to lanes for Tailgate and Tiny Tire. Take your time, get comfortable. We haven't even started running yet, but we got room in the lanes. We can get you in here and get you ready. Bring your little tires and your tailgates. Looking back through the pits here, I see Adam Hodson, the Gap train, choo-chooing his way up past the concessions. That thing looks super cool in the cold weather at night with the clouds coming out of the stacks in the bed of it. And I see water going into the water box. That means one thing, we're going to go to racing action here very shortly. Welcome to day 2 of Southeast Street Yeet, presented by Motion Raceworks here at Greer Dragway in lovely Greer, South Carolina. Tiny tire and tailgate, please stand by. Stand by. We don't want you pulling the lanes yet. That was a premature on my part. So tiny tire, please park it just outside of the lanes if you can, please. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. 88.5 on your FM dial. That is the channel. And we are live to racing action. Left-hand lane, Guy Portano. This is an unlimited category, but he might be in contention. We believe this might be the quickest naturally aspirated car on the property so far. Yesterday he went a 5:52. If anybody wants to prove otherwise, he might be the NA champ. Right-hand lane, Charlie Dale, white second-gen Camaro. Guy Portano giving us all the RPM in the left-hand side. So watch for a high rev in action out of the naturally aspirated first-gen Camaro. Watch for high wheel standing action out of the right-hand lane. Charlie Dale, what a way to kick it off. Charlie Dale's been putting on a clinic on how to properly pick up the front tires and set them down beautifully. So watch for a really good race here. Guy Portano, pre-stage. Mr. Dale taking his time. He's in. Big wheel stand out of both sides. Oh, Guy Portano getting into some fluid. Oh, he's going to hit the right wall as well. Not the way we want to start things off here. Please clear the starting line. Please clear the starting line. Let all of our track personnel get through. Well, it looks like the driver is out of the car. He's talking to crew. He appears to be okay.
Hey, I think when it came down. Yeah, the wheel turned when it came down. Yeah.
Well, not the way you want to start the day. The driver is out. He's walking around assessing the damage. It looked like it got up in the air. When it came down, it made a hard move on him to the left-hand side, tagged the left wall, and once that set the chain of events into motion that could not be stopped, it went across the racetrack, bounced off the other side. Thankfully, Charlie Dale was out in front and was not involved and was able to make his way off the track safely, but we'll get this picked up and we'll get back to racing action momentarily. Cleanup effort continues on the top end of the track and the right-hand side as we are trying to get the car off the big end. In the meantime, as a reminder, concessions are open. If you need race fuel, they have it at the top of the hill. If you want additional Southeast Street Meet merch, go down and see them at the trailer down here at the staging lanes. And we are cleaning up a little bit of debris still here at Greer Dragway after the first pair of cars down to kick off day 2 here at Southeast Street Meet, presented by Motion Raceworks. Unfortunately, Guy Portano in the left-hand lane with the Camaro got a little out of shape after a side-by-side wheel stand against Charlie Dale and ended up making contact with the wall. Coming to rest on the right-hand side of the lane. We're trying to get the car off the track at the moment. But while I have a little bit of time, we can talk about the facility here at Greer Dragway. It's an 8th-mile drag strip located here in the city of Greer, South Carolina. It was originally opened in the 1950s. At one point in time, this track was actually quarter mile. So if you're standing in the water box, that used to be the starting line at one point in time, and the finish line was at the base of the hill. But for the longest time, if you think back then, cars weren't as fast as they are now. So I don't know that I would run 1,320 feet here despite an uphill shutdown. Current owner is Mike Greer. He got the track in 2010, but he's been here for a little bit longer than that. We appreciate Mike and everybody here for having us at Greer Dragway. And an eighth of a mile, all concrete, laser-level racing service. Beautiful track, concrete walls on either side. Once again, big thank you to our sponsors for Southeast Street and Yeet. Title sponsor, Motion Raceworks. Bringing you high-performance parts made proudly in the United States. Motion Raceworks family includes, I don't even know why you have to say this anymore, it's redundant. Look around, look at the t-shirts. You see it everywhere, you see the stickers. TBM brakes, right sensors, newest acquisition, Mark Williams. That's huge news for drag racing community. Fluid Works. You can find all their products over at motionraceworks.com. Thank you to the brothers Cook, Doug and Andy, for supporting Southeast Street Yeet since the inception. Also, huge thank you to Davis Technologies, your leader in traction control. Davis Central Systems have dominated circle track racing for 20 years and now continuing to dominate in drag racing. For more information, head over to moretraction.com. It's a magic little box that will make you hook up in a car wash. That's about all I can tell you about it. Also, huge thank you to AFIS Injectors, or AFIS, with a lifetime warranty and excellent idle characteristics. Hold on, lifetime warranty on racing injectors? Is that for real? Devin, is that serious? He's not listening to anything I'm saying. Anytime you have some sort of warranty on a racing product, that's fantastic. So, AFIS Injectors, lifetime warranty, excellent idle characteristics. This should be your number one choice for injectors. You can find out more information at hpracebrands.com. That's the Hearts Performance brand. Big thank you to FFP Customs, 15 years of experience. Ryan Fraser's a man when it comes to CNC programming for quality automotive work, and they make pedal assemblies. That's why they sponsor our Yeet stick category. So if you want to add a third pedal and come out here and punish yourself by pressing pause every time you shift to the next gear, check out ffpcustoms.com. Also, thank you to CPR Performance. They've been a Street Yeet sponsor since the first event. Located right here in South Carolina, Columbia to be specific. CPR is a checkpoint for our racers, as it's basically an auto parts store. It's a brick and mortar speed shop, which in this day and age is a rarity. So check them out at cprperformanceparts.com. Also, thank you to Dragwire Solutions, Austin Ratley. Right here in the Carolinas, Austin Ratley brings loads of experience in wiring Holly and fuel tech. You can find them on Facebook. And if you ask nicely, we will actually give you his actual personal cell phone number. And you can call him for all your tech questions, day or night. SP Tools USA. SP Tools offers high-quality tools and equipment specifically designed for the professional technicians, and even if you're not a pro, you can still touch them. For over 50 years, SP has been a leader in tool design and manufacturing, committed to leading the way in how professional tools and equipment are sold and serviced, and they set the standard for quality and customer satisfaction. Check them out at sptoolsusa.com. Thank you for SP Tools for sponsoring us here at Southeast Street Yeet. American Tuning and Fabrication, thank you for your continued support here at Southeast Street Yeet. They offer offer services such as dyno tuning, TIG welding, and more. You can find them on Facebook or Instagram. It's American Tuning and Fabrication. And if you see Chris Vickers out here racing today, he was hard to miss. That man was putting in laps in that Mustang yesterday. So look for the black S550 and give him a high five and a handshake. Looking up at the top end, it looks like we have the Camaro loaded on the back of the flatbed, and it's making its way off the track. Got the blower knocking some of the dust and debris off the track, and we'll get back to racing hopefully very soon. Once again, racers in the pits, if you guys are sitting around with nothing to do, reach underneath your cars and check those catch cans. You guys drove quite a bit last night. If you're running around, especially you, I'm looking at you E85 racers. If you haven't looked underneath your race car since before you said, yup, I'm ready for street meet, and you've just been flying blind the whole time, because ignorance is bliss. I'm with you. I am sympathetic. Trust me. When the motor starts making noise, I turn the radio up louder. But we cannot do that here on the racetrack, because then you ruin the fun for everybody. All right? And also, racers, as a reminder, we have not made this an official rule, and we don't want to make it an official rule. We're asking everybody to be kind and courteous, okay? These runs are kind of like pieces of birthday cake. And if you come up here a million times during your run session, yeah, we haven't come out flat out and said you only get one. But if you come up here during your run session and you're making 3, 4, 5 hits, and you're just wolfing down the birthday cake while everybody else is waiting for their piece of cake, well, then nobody's going to have any cake and nobody gets to have any fun, okay? So I'm asking one piece of cake for everybody. Now, if you come up here to the starting line, you drop your cake on the floor, well, then we'll help you out. We might give you another piece of cake. But please don't come up here and try to make a hit and back up. And this is not our average testing team. We got a lot of racers to get through, and we need to try to get to our all-run session. If you need another crack at the track, please be aware that we'll have an all-run party-off session in the afternoon. And the sooner we can get everybody through, get their one piece of cake, well, then we have leftovers and you can get some. Is there anything more majestic than the sound of a two-step check bouncing off the rolling hills in the Carolinas on a Thursday morning around 11 o'clock? I don't think so. I can't think of a better thing to listen to on a Thursday morning. We're backing the cars out of the box here, and I think we're gonna bring the tractor out and drag it. There's quite a bit of dust off where the car made contact with the wall on the left-hand side, so I think we're gonna just do a little bit more touch-up here while we wait. Brian Carney in the left-hand side of the racetrack, so back in that very orange Chevy 2 Nova. Once again, we appreciate everyone's patience as we get things picked up and put back together here. If you guys are not aware of what our run orders are going to be today, this is not a call to lanes, so nobody get crazy. Right now, we're currently working our way through our limited and unlimited category. That's going to be followed up by tiny tires and tailgate. Then we can move on from there to our daily driver cars and our stick shift, and we'll round that out with dial your own, and then everything going smoothly, barring any complications, we'll move right into our party time. Excellent.
Hey everybody, what's going on? Hopefully y'all can hear me out there. I'm on the sidelines doing this today. I'm not in the tower with Ryan and them, so just hanging out. We're gonna be down, like I said, for a little bit. Guy had a little bit of a nasty wreck on that one, so just hang around. If you got any questions, anything I need to change, do on the live feed. I seen somebody asking earlier about can we see the pits and stuff.
Once again, racers, throughout the day, if you have any parts calls or you need anything that I need to make a call over the radio for, please go see them at the trailer. The tower here, it's low ceiling, so if you try to get in here, I'm 6'5", and about took my head clean off walking in here.
So like I said, guys, I'm by myself.
If you need anything, they have a radio over there at the tower or at the HCR trailer, and they have a direct line of communication. Plus, it's really loud over here, and you can hear a lot better over there.
So guys, I can't get to the pits or nothing like that, but I'll have some wrap-up videos and stuff as normal on the pages. Mostly on the Facebook. I'm gonna do one big one for the YouTube. So just hang around, guys, and passing the microphone back to Rye and let him do his thing.
Racers, if you would like some drinks or some snacks, also down at the tent, the ACR tent and trailer. I saw them pick up a shopping cart. They really should have had a pallet jack for the amount of sugary beverages that they bought this morning. Well, I see Mr. Greer grabbing a water hose to put some water in the water box, which means one thing. We're about to go back to racing action. We're going to try this kickoff day 2 thing once again. We're going to press reset on it, and we're just going to pretend. Well, it did happen. We're not going to pretend it didn't. However, we're going to try this one more time. All right? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of Southeast Street and Yeet, presented by Motion Raceworks here at Greer Dragway in Greer, South Carolina. We are back to racing action with our limited and unlimited categories. And as we watch our drivers get strapped back in, we got Ed Schwartz on the right-hand side in the white Nova. He's sitting number 5 right now in limited. Yesterday turned in a 5:34 with that car. Made quite a few passes yesterday. There's a million Spaceballs jokes that I can make, but they're too easy to make, and I'm not going to do that. I am better than that. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, your homework tonight is to go watch the movie Spaceballs, and then the Schwartz reference will all make more sense. Anyway, left-hand side of the track, Brian Carney in the Chevy 2. Brian's sitting 6th in unlimited right now. He's turned in a 5.4 with a 0 yesterday. Let's see if he can improve upon that. And we have the sign. That's right. Gentlemen, start your engines. We are back to racing action. Ed Schwartz, right-hand side with the later 70s Nova. Taking on Brian Carney with the Chevy 2 in the left-hand side. Look for good side-by-side action. These cars are only off by a couple hundred, so if they leave side-by-side, we could see a really good drag race. Both of them deep into 5-second territory. Ed Schwartz turning in a 5.34 yesterday. Brian Carney with a 5.4. Both sitting 5 and 6 respectively in their classes. Brian Carney taking the burnout all the way through the beams. That's what I love to see. Ed Schwartz right-hand side. You hear the turbos just humming on this thing. Side by side off the line. Brian Carney's going to walk away, open up the space, improves upon yesterday with a 5.13 at 138 miles per hour for Brian Carney in the left-hand side. Ed Schwartz goes through 5.74 at 120 miles an hour. The big silverback in the right-hand side, that belongs to Gary Varden. He might hate me for giving him this nickname, but I'm going to call him Gary V because I don't want to butcher that name. Gary V in the right-hand side in the silver Z28. He's taking on Justin Treadle on the left-hand side in that white Fox body. Justin sitting 4th overall in limited. 5.2 with a 0. Watch for him to improve upon that today. He's going to try. Gary V is pulling the tires. They're side by side down the track. Treadle's going to come around him after he sat there and took his time making a sandwich on the starting line. 5.26 for the left-hand side at 132. Not going to improve upon yesterday. That might be good for him, though. 5.67 for Gary in the right-hand side at 128 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up Mark Manor in the left-hand lane with the beautiful red Chevelle. And Kyle Beaumont on the right-hand side. Both of these cars are drag and drive veterans. And looking at the top end of the track, looks like the Camaro from the right-hand side it might have put a hole in the side of the motor, judging by the steam coming out of that thing. So we should probably, it's chooching a little bit. And that's usually indicating some sort of you got coolant where you don't want coolant, which usually means in the combustion chamber, or if it's real bad, it's coming outside of the block. And we're going to report the top end is clear. Kyle Beaumont sitting number 1 overall right now in limited. He's the only car that was able to punch into 4-second territory yesterday with a 4.922. Took a few shots at the track to get it down, but ended up making it happen. Mark Banner on the left-hand side with the red Chevelle. Turned in 5.81 yesterday. I don't think that is, I think that car is capable of going quicker than that, if memory serves. Side by side off the line, and then Kyle Beaumont stretches the legs out of the big end. 4.878 in the right-hand side at 148 miles an hour, and then improving upon his performance yesterday, Mark Manor 5.24 at 132 miles per hour. I believe the Firebird is going to take that, turn that in, and hit the road. I have a parts call. Racer in need for parts. I need one BR7 EF spark plug. I need a one BR7 EF. That's NGK part number 3346. If you're unfamiliar, the parts store only had 7, and we need one more. If you got one, can you bring it down to the trailer, the ACR trailer? Coming up next, the Buick Roadmaster on the left-hand side. The racer in need for that is Taylor Hedrick and Chase with the Fox body that has ratty looking white Fox body. That's not an insult. The car looks ratty. It's got Sharpie written all over the trunk of it. But if you have a spark plug, you can bring it down to the ACR trailer. We'd appreciate it. Buick Roadmaster left hand side, taking on the blown hot rod on the right side. The blower car doing blower things, making all the noises. Right hand side goes 612 at 111, and the Buick Roadmaster, I mean, 2 tons of fun, and it goes 658 at 103. Chris Cavalier in the black 4th gen on the right-hand side of the limited category. Thank you. Zach Schell on the left-hand side of the lane is going to leave the line first and get there first. Goes 5.00 with a 6 at 142 miles an hour. And Chris Cavalier on the right-hand side goes 5.22 at 136. Taylor Hedrick or Chase, if you want to come see me in the tower, I have your single solitary spark plug. I have a spark plug for you down here in the tower. Come see me. And I will try not to drop it. That'll bring up Walter Doyle in the Chevelle on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Walter Doyle, the Chevelle, on the left-hand side, a tiny tire contender. He is double entered also, I believe, in Unlimited with this car. Taking on the CTSV of Donald in the right-hand side, Donald Donovan. Solid axle, twin turbo. Gone is the LSA blower. And the Chevelle goes through at 5.3 with a 0 at 135, and the Cadillac CTSV in the right-hand side goes 6.2 with a 0. Turned in a 580 yesterday. I have a feeling we'll see him back up here to try again. Michael Dingman in the left-hand side of the track with this beautiful, I mean, this thing is great. It's period correct. It's a Thunderbird. It's not a Mustang. It's something different. And it's sitting on centerline Telstar wheels. It's the first set of wheels I ever bought for my car, and they don't make them anymore. So whenever I see one, it really pulls at my heartstrings. Right-hand side, white Fox body belonging to Jeffrey Hillard. He's sitting number 3 right now in limited. 519. This car is capable of improving on that. Dingman in the Thunderbird kicks the tires, and he's going to watch the Turbo Fox of Hillard go down, and 533 at 139. We'll see if he is going to be happy with that. I have a feeling he's going to want to come back around and try another try at that, because he's sitting number 3. That would move him down. So unless he just likes driving this event, if he wants any chance of getting on the podium or seizing a winning position, then he's going to have to come back and make another hit. Right-hand side of the track, that is Matt Green in the gray Fox. Green name, gray car. And Matt Green taking on CJ Cave. CJ Cave sitting just outside of the top spot, top 5. This is plan B for CJ. And Matt Green going to tote the tires a little bit. Nice and tidy launch off the line. Goes 547 at 125 for Matt Green. CJ Cave 538. Deadly consistent. He went 538 with a 3. He was 538 with a 2. The Bracket Mustang. Impeccable consistency. CJ Cave was our winner last year overall. Unfortunately, had some issues with his big block New Edge Mustang. He wasn't able to make it this year, so jumped in plan B. Coming on the left-hand side, Dirty Bird. Dirty Bird belonged to William Jones. He's just ahead of CJ Cave in Unlimited. Trying to get up there and clinch a top spot. He takes on Robert Worcester. I'm butchering that. Hanging the tires in the right-hand side, and then it got upset once it unloaded the front end. Got in a little bit of tire shake, if you wheel and some wheel spin. Goes 581. I have a feeling he's going to come back and try again. Dirty Bird aborting the pass early on. Keith Baker, HED power under the hood in this beautiful Malibu on the left-hand side. And Keith Baker is going to go toe-to-toe with Chris Henderson. Both of these cars in the limited category. Limited category looking really solid overall. We got the top 10, 11, 12 cars are all 550 or better. And a lot of people have had to turn in some performances that might not have been, how do you put it, indicative of what their car is actually capable of yesterday. So today they're going to try to improve upon that. Every one of these is a home run derby for these guys. The only category that would be different would be dial your own. Keith Baker bumping in. Big wheel stand out of the Mustang in the right-hand side. Sets it down beautifully. Way to save the oil pan. Not the quickest way down the track, but, man, it looks rad. 533 at 130 miles an hour, and I have a feeling Mr. Corey Stamper over there is going to hit it with a replay. 556 for the SN95 on the right side at 125 miles an hour. So shout out to Chris Henderson for hanging the hoops and making it look sexy while he does it. John Macchia in the right-hand side, as you were in the left-hand side with the second-gen Camaro. Turned in a 557 yesterday, sitting in limited, about mid-pack. And he's taken on your number one contender in overall and in unlimited, Chris Benur. 120 flat to the 60-foot for Benur on the right-hand side. He's going to go 479 at 155 miles per hour. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a street car that drove over 100 miles. They took it to dinner last night and then brought it here. I have a feeling he's going to take that. I have a feeling he's going to take that and hit the road. Dodge Dart Swanger in the left-hand side. Richard Kinnison, left-hand side. Dodge Dart Swinger, known as the Abomination, taking on the Canoe with a Suburban underneath of it. Watch the Suburban. It's not slow. Looks can be deceiving, but I would love to see in-car footage, or in-cab footage from the Suburban. I want to sit in the back seat on this while it makes a 6-second rip down the 8th mile. This thing is not a slouch. The Abomination off the line goes 550 on the left-hand side. And this big old Canoe with a Suburban below it goes 7 flat at 102 miles an hour. Now again, perspective is one thing. That may not look slow side by side. Whoa! Stephen Price getting all kinds of sideways coming out of the water box. I'm going to back up and get the tires a little bit more wet. Try that one more time. And that's going to bring up in the right-hand side. Charlie Dale is going to get a rerun. Charlie Dale's going to come back up and try to rerun again. Unfortunately, was on track when we had the incident earlier, so boarded the pass when things got a little out of shape. And you can hear the frustration in the rev limiter as Stephen Price finally gets the burnout complete and takes it all the way through the beams. We appreciate that. There's zero sarcasm in that. I truly appreciate burnouts past the starting line. It's fun for me to watch. Charlie Dale, right-hand side, turned in 619 yesterday. Watch for him try to get that a little bit further down in the bottom of the sixes, maybe dip into 5-second territory. Wheels up, launched again for Charlie Dale on the right-hand side of the racetrack. He's going to watch 4.86 at 147 for Stephen Price. Jesse Fox, if you hear my voice, turn around, please. Need you have the starting line. 3G video, need you have the starting line. Coming up next, we have Tiny Tire. This is your call to lanes. Tiny Tire, your call to lanes. Tiny Tire, bring them in. If you're not already in the lanes, Tiny Tire, bring them in. And the first Tiny Tire car going down the track is the defending champ last year, Tracy Holtzclaw. Tracy's sitting number 6 right now. Had some issues getting this car down the track this year. Left side, we got Taylor Owens in the Mach 1. Taylor Owens on a solo rip, gonna go 6:17, improving on yesterday at 120 miles an hour. Tracy Holtzclaw on the right-hand side of the racetrack in the wagon, the defending Tiny Tire champ. On the struggle bus a little bit yesterday, trying to see if he can pick up. Sitting number 6 overall. And Ed Schwartz on the left side. Back again for a second hit. Pretty clean off the line for Schwartz, 123 to the 60 foot. Schwartz gonna go 528. And right-hand side of the racetrack goes 523 for Tracy Holtzclaw at 141 miles per hour. That's an improvement for Tracy, but I think that car is capable of going quicker. And right-hand side of the racetrack, tied for number 1, you have Jim Treadle in that green Firebird, turning a 5.12 with a 6. He is tied with Aaron Shaden in the taco time. And the Firebird going to go through 5.0 with a 5 at 149 miles per hour. Left-hand side of the racetrack goes 5.33 at 128. Tom Moran, left-hand side of the racetrack in that Dakota. Last year, I was reminded, he got rear-ended last year and busted the back window out of this thing with his own head. And he finished the event. And I see he hasn't learned his lesson because there's still not a headrest in the back of that thing. All jokes aside, we are happy to see him back out here. And I don't know a lot of people that would build a Dodge Dakota, but we're glad that he did. Period correct, sitting on the drag lights. And he faces off against Travis Martin in the right-hand side of the racetrack in tiny tire contender. Travis Martin, this Camaro is no stranger to drag and drive, no prep. They've done it all with this. They just kind of reconfigure it to figure out what they want to do. Throw 500 pounds in the trunk and let's go run in the backside. Let's put some little tires on it and probably keep 500 pounds in the trunk so we can make the thing work. And work it does. He's sitting number 5 right now. That car is capable of going faster, though. Don't count him out. 132 to the 60-foot. Sounds like it's on the traction control a little bit there. It goes 542 at 136 miles an hour. And Mr. Moran on the left-hand side of the track goes 680 at 101 in the Dakota. Left-hand side of the racetrack, we've got Tyree Smith in that big square body Chevy. This is a 4-wheel drive, and I have not had a chance to talk to this gentleman yet, but judging by the way it launches, I believe it's stock converter problems, because it comes alive about 100 feet out. It leaves real lazy. It is a sleeper through and through. And at one point in time, 4-door cars used to be sleepers, and then you have ones like you have on the right side of the track. That 4-door Chevy 2 Nova belongs to Justin Lynch out of North Carolina. And the boost rolls in on the big square body, but it's going to still not be enough. He's going to watch Justin Lynch go 542 at 129. The big square body, 650 at 108 miles per hour. It's got a big solid axle in the front of that thing. Do you know how sketchy that is to go 108 miles an hour on something built in 1980s? I do. I do it every day. Well, I don't do 100 miles an hour every day, but I drive a sketchy 80s GM build quality vehicle. Speaking of terrible build quality vehicles from General Motors, S10 in the left-hand side, not this one. This one's been put together very nice because I know the guy that worked on it once upon in time, and you're the one, you're hearing his voice. He's taking on the Fox Body Mustang on the right side of the racetrack of Anthony Harville. Anthony, nice and tidy off the line, 125 to the 60-foot. Harville goes through 516. Big improvement for him at 136 miles per hour. The S10 left side goes 599 at 115. Improvement for that car, I believe, as well. Harville improving by almost a full 10. And that's going to bring your other number 1 contender, Taco Time. That's Aaron Shaden in the right-hand side. If you have a chance to look at this car on the inside, it's actually very well done. The theme continues inside and out. Daily driver, only daily driver, lane 6 and 5. This is your first call. Daily driver, lane 6 and 5. Left-hand side of the racetrack, Adam Hodson in the Gap Train. Twin turbos hanging high above the cab. This is another well-decorated race vehicle. kind of Swiss Army knife, done it all. Big wheel stand, and sets it down, skates a little bit, and he's going to abort the pass for taco time. That looked like it was on a rip for sure. He had a 128 to the 60 foot, and then about half track, about 300 feet out, it just made a little bit of a wiggle, and he aborted, thankfully. Oh, and we have Adam Hodson. Hold him up on the starting line, please. Adam Hodson looks like he missed the turnout. Oh, he's backing it up. It looks like the Gap train was a choo-chooing. Adam Hodson went through at 142 mile an hour in 5.0. And we are clear. The train has left the station. Miles Jacobs in the El Camino, business in the front, party in the back. I love the gold wheels on it. I think he borrowed them from the guy lining him up, Josh Davis, making sure he is where he needs to be. Left side of the track, that regular cab short bed. Silverado belongs to Matthew Tollison. Matthew turned in a 676 yesterday. Big truck, see if he can improve on that. Bump it one more time. Oh, converter temperatures skyrocketing. Now the tree's going to come down. Not the prettiest pass for either side. However, the right-hand side of the racetrack, the El Camino goes 5.2 with a 0 at 127 miles per hour. Suggest if you have them, put some fans on those trans. Left-hand side of the track, the mini truck. I don't know if this is a GMC or an S10, but I'm just going to assume it's an S10. That super clean S10 belongs to Jeremy Hoskins. Big fan of these trucks. This is a great example of one. Mr. Hawkins takes on the tiny tire contender of Donnie Kelly in the right-hand side with the old hot rod on an 8.5-inch slick. Donnie Kelly going to go 7.7 with a 6 to 590 out of the S10 for Mr. Hoskins. Coming up next in the left-hand side of the racetrack, this thing is absolutely gorgeous. This OBS Chevrolet in the left-hand side. Matthew Tollison in the OBS Silverado goes 651 at 105 miles per hour. That's a big improvement from him for yesterday. Right-hand side goes 751 out of the Fox body at 92 miles an hour. That was a tiny tire entry. Stick shift, too. Coming up next, another clean General Motors mini truck. This one belonging to Jeff Hughes. The red S15 GMC. Turned in a 550 with a 2 yesterday. He's going to go up against the Goblin. This is a Goblin. It's not an Exocet. It is not a Aerial Atom. I was informed it's a Goblin. Oh, the S10 and the S15 chucks the belt off. It makes a move towards the middle. Goes 5.6 with an 8 at 105. Lifted out of it. I think he might have scared the Goblin on the right-hand side of the track. And the Goblin went 10-2 at 61 mile an hour. Mr. Buntley, thank you for picking up the belt. We appreciate that. Looking good. You should wear the belt of shame all day. Scott Thompson, your winner last year from Tailgate in this big ol' C10. He's sitting number Scott. Thompson off the line, aborts the pass just after the 60-foot, went 134. Right-hand side of the Dakota goes through 6.9 with a 1 at 100 miles per hour. Scott Thompson going to come back around, make another crack at it. He's sitting number 3 overall in Tailgate right now. And looking at what he turned in yesterday, I know he is not happy with that. I know he was working on some bugs and testing, trying to get it up here. And that will bring up the Dirty Bird back for another crack at it. William Jones taking it easy off the line. 142, it goes 551 at 130 miles an hour for the Dirty Bird. The long bed S10 on the right-hand side of the racetrack goes 6.4 with a 7 at 119. Michael Dingman in that beautiful Thunderbird back up again to make me jealous of the centerline Telstars. Takes on our first daily driver in the right-hand side of the Hellcat. The Heckcat. The Hellcat belonging to Charles Barber. Charles Barber going to watch the classic Thunderbird rip. And the Thunderbird goes 554 at 125 miles an hour. And Mr. Barber on the right-hand side goes 5.9 with a 5 and 116 for the Hellcat. Jeff Doré, excuse me, I apologize. Jeff Doré on the left-hand side of the racetrack with this Mustang. This thing chucked the drive shaft out of it in testing, and he was able to get it patched back together, and he's out here trying to improve upon his performance yesterday. He went 655. Talking to him in the pits, this thing makes power production is not a problem with it. And right-hand side of the racetrack, we got Andy Jacques in the black Mustang. Andy going to leave Jeff sitting on the starting line. Right-hand side goes 652 at 104 miles an hour. Jeff Doré goes 644 at 116. There's a slight improvement for both cars. Michael Bratcher, the left-hand side of the racetrack in the Monte Carlo, turned it a 650 yesterday. Let's see if he can improve on that. Goes big time, 623 at 114. He was fighting for traction in the Monte yesterday. It looks like the burnout was slightly improved, and that might have helped him get a hold of the racetrack here. The Grand Marquis in the right-hand side goes 10.6 at 66 miles per hour. And the 2JZ powered S14, man, I am bad at that. S14, S15s aren't here, right? 14, thank you. I see the hands up there. I appreciate that. I am not an import guy, but I can appreciate a car when it looks good. And this is a prime example of it. This thing hasn't been drifted into a whole bunch of, everything. Oftentimes these things are doomed when they end up in drift culture. Speaking of hitting things, S550 in the Mustang on the left-hand side. Hopefully it doesn't do Mustang things. Big pop of the S14. Going to push on through. It goes 551 at 126 miles an hour. If that was a boost cut, it sounded like a boost cut, but really just like a notification. It's like, hey, usually they dump the power. That one just kept motoring. Left side goes 6.6 with an 8 for the blue S550. $50-50 tickets. Your 50-50 drawing is going to go at 2 o'clock. So if you want 50-50 drawings at, 2:30. 50-50 drawings going to happen at 2:30. If you want to get some tickets, head down to the HCR trailer. Once again, proceeds go to, all the proceeds for this go to a good cause to help out with the time off that our very own Laura Vanderhoop is going to have to take from work for upcoming heart surgery that she's having. It's going to be a long road to recovery. They're literally going into your heart. That doesn't sound like a good time to me. But if you want to put some money in your pocket and donate to a good cause, head down to the booth, get your 50-50 tickets. Left-hand side of the racetrack, we got Ryan Morris in our daily driver, the gray S550 Mustang. Ryan turned in a 6.2 with a 1. For a daily driver, that is quick. And he's facing off against Jay Marshall in the Nova on the right-hand side. Ryan Morris, a little hesitation, rolled the beam there. Goes 6.2 with a 9 at 115. He didn't quite roll the beam, but it affected the reaction time. But yesterday went a 5:21, today's 5:29, so pretty consistent there. Right-hand side goes 7:33 at 98 miles per hour. Brandon Wilson in the Trailblazer SS on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Brandon Wilson's going to watch the Camaro on the right-hand side run away and go 6:31 at 111 miles per hour. That was Mark White in the right-hand side, goes 6:31. Trailblazer SS goes 6:70. Stick shift to lanes 3 and 4. Stick shift lanes 3 and 4. Pay attention to this BMW in the left-hand side. This thing is the biggest sleeper here. This is Frank Wanaka. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. That's right. That is a BMW that is door to door and putting space on a Hellcat. 628 for Frank on the left-hand side with the BMW, arguably one of the biggest sleepers here in my opinion, simply because I don't know anything about BMWs, and I would never assume that car could go that fast. Purple Hellcat on the right side, belonging to Charles Barber, goes 644. I have a feeling we'll see the Hellcat back around because that car can go quicker. Correction, that was not Charles Barber in that purple Hellcat. That was David Lips. That was Charles Barber, the right-hand side, going 619 at 116 miles an hour in the white Hellcat. Jennifer Rudisill on the left-hand side of the racetrack in this beautiful Firebird. The bad luck has continued to plague her this year. She ran over a skunk last night, and it tore the shifter cable out from underneath this car, and they were still able to limp it here. Before that happened, she ended up getting sideswiped. Looked like somebody drug a trailer down the side of her car when they left it unattended for just a little bit. But perseverance is the name of the game here at Drag and Drive, and they are here. We appreciate the Rudisills for coming out here at Street Yeet. And Jennifer Rudisill is going to go through, despite all the hardships, trials, and tribulations. She goes 667 at 104. Butch Williams in the F-150 went through 728 with a 5 and 101 for the all-wheel drive F-150. And now we're moving into our stick shift categories. Coming up first, Trent Santos in the C6Z has just grenaded the rear end on that car. Hopefully it's just an axle shaft and it didn't explode the entire diff and put fluid on the track. I don't see anything leaking. It might be able to limp off the racetrack if it has Yeah, and it looks like we're going to need some equipment to get Mr. Santos off the racetrack here. The silver lining is there appears to be no fluid on the racetrack, so we can get back to some racing here shortly. We appreciate everybody tuning in here for Southeast Street Yeet Day 2 at Greer Dragway here in Greer, South Carolina. Southeast Street Yeet presented by Motion Raceworks. We're currently working our way through our Yeet stick category presented by FFP Customs. With over 15 years of experience, Ryan Frazier is the man when it comes to CNC programming and quality automotive work. And their pedal assemblies are one of a kind and made right here in the United States. So if you'd like to add a custom third pedal option to your race car, you can do so at ffpcustoms.com. We are back. Yeet stick continuing. Left-hand side of the racetrack in the gasser, we got Shakin' Bacon. Troy Leitner on the left-hand side, but Shakin' Bacon in the gasser. Big wheels up launch out of Shakin' Bacon, knocking the wheelie bars into the track, setting it back down. And the big old wide Factory 5 hot rod on the right-hand side of the racetrack goes 9.3. Shakin' Bacon. Left side goes 6.2 with a 5 at 106 miles per hour. Brian Price on the right-hand side of the racetrack with the LT 6th-gen Camaro, facing off against Ford's finest in the left-hand side. That's BJ Adams. And just when you think there wasn't anything louder than a coyote, Brian Price says, hold my refreshing beverage and watch me go 8.3 at 94 miles an hour with the loudest exhaust of the week. BJ Adams left side goes 8.2 with a 9. Right hand side, Rob Warwick's car is going to have you scratching your head going, why it sound like that? That is a K-swapped 4th gen Camaro. That's right, Honda K-swap. I was wrong. I said yesterday it had a Barra motor in it. I went over and talked to him. Turns out it's not. It's a K-series, K24, I believe. So that's why it sounds a little bit off. And it is no slouch. Rob Warwick right now sitting 2nd overall in stick shift with a 5.3 with a K-powered Camaro. CJ Roberts, number 1, facing head-to-head, 1 and 2 right here, side-by-side drag race for stick shift domination. CJ Roberts goes 5.15, improving on yesterday's performance. See if he'll turn that one in. We do know that car, I think, can go slightly quicker than that. And the K-powered, Honda-powered Camaro on the right-hand side of Rob Warwick, 5.41, and it wasn't the prettiest of passes. So he may put some weight on the front or make an adjustment, come back and try that one again, because he can definitely go quicker. Left-hand side of the racetrack, LSA Blown S14 Nissan 240, for those of you who don't speak the language of Nissan. That's Eric Haynes. Eric Haynes taking on Bobby Frizzle in the S550 Mustang on the right-hand side. And the LSA-powered Nissan is going to go 7.1 with an 8 at 101 miles per hour on the left-hand side. Mr. Frizzle goes 9.2 with a 9 at 84 miles an hour for Shizzle. Mike Sayers in the left-hand side of the racetrack in the Pontiac GTO. Sayers is going to face off against David Ross. David Ross sitting down in the bottom of the category. Sayers sitting about mid-pack. Oh, and the GTO reminding us why IRS is a weak point. That's 2 in a row thus far, Shooter. And all signs point to sticky on the racetrack. If you wonder if the starting line is working, I can confirm it is in fact working. It's working harder than General Motors can. Bill Orr, the Dodge Dart Swanger in the left-hand side. Going up against the Chevy Nova of Chris Holcomb. Chris Holcomb goes 8.5 with a 9 at 81 miles an hour. The Dodge Dart Swanger goes 8.69 with... Sorry, I had Yin Yang Twins stuck in my head there for a second. Joe Nichols. Joe Nichols in the Mustang on the left side. Turned in a 7.1 with an 8 yesterday. See if he can go a little quicker than that. Looks like it, almost, not quite. 7.2 with a 9 at 96 miles an hour. And the Terminator Cobra drop top on the right side goes 8.0 with a 4 at 89. The S13 in the left-hand side of the racetrack. Belongs to Tommy Rosema. He's sitting fifth place right now. And Tommy's going to face off against John Whittle on the right-hand side of the racetrack with the multicolored Fox body. Whittle John, as he's known on Facebook, goes 7.99 with a 6 at 90 miles per hour for the stick shift Fox body. And Mr. Rosema on the left-hand side goes 6.78 out of the S13, making all the best import noises. Pay attention if you guys see this Fox body out on the street. The trailer is a jet ski. They just throw all your race parts in the back of it, and it just looks like it's got a Fox body with a jet ski behind it. Jake Basie, left-hand side of the racetrack in the black Mustang. Goes up against Richard King in the Malibu, the right-hand side. Malibu off the line first. Sounds like the Mustang had a little bit of trouble getting off the line. Malibu's going to go 750 at 94 miles an hour, 86 with 83 for the left-hand side. Right side of the racetrack, we got the phone dials sitting underneath. Russell Broadwell. He's got Stacy Galloway as his opponent in another notchback Mustang. I don't know which one I like better. The drag lights on a Fox body or phone dials on a Fox body. Dial your own, dial your own. Lanes 5 and 6. Bring it down, dial your own. Be ready when you get here. Suit up and bring them to the lanes. Dial your own. We need you to do one and done so we can get through you, and then we get to our all-run session. So please, if you need another rip, try not to come back to lanes. Just don't. Let us get through and get into all-run, and everybody can have a crack at this track. We got plenty of time. So dial your own, lanes 5 and 6. Continuing with our stick shifts. Mike Batchelder on the right-hand side in the green Fox body. Taking on the orange Mustang in the left-hand side. Orange Mustang goes 670 at 102 miles per hour. Chase Hill, left-hand side. Sounds like he found the spark plug that he was so desperately missing. Chase Hill taking on Kyle Buntley on the right side of the racetrack. Kyle Buntley, part of the crew with the Rotson, the Rowdy Streetcars crew on YouTube and social media. You can follow them there. Chase Hill, left side of the track, North Carolina native. Modular 4.6-liter Cobra power under the hood of the Mustang with turbo and 3 pedals. Complete with trailer hitch. That was not a factory option on that one. Pops and bangs. Big wheel stand and move to the middle and crosses the center. Thankfully, Chase Hill sat there on the starting line for a little bit, and for some reason, Chase Hill is continuing to go down the racetrack. Chase Hill's going to go 8-0 at 92 miles per hour. And Kyle Buntley got it back over into his lane after a violent wheel stand. Tried to pedal it and bring it back down, and then it just got into just a porpoising maneuver, bouncing pogo in the front end. So between trying to pedal it and set it down gently and grab the next gear, the car was just very, very upset. Doesn't look like it left any fluid on the track, but it looks like he took some pieces of the track with him. That's okay, Kyle. You can take Greer. That's a souvenir. You can keep that. And that'll bring up the Rotson. This thing was in pieces on the portable car hoist. Speaking of, shout out to portable car hoist. If you guys need him, he is here. I see him up there on top of the hill. But the Rotson choosing wisely to take a nice, easy, leisurely cruise down the track. And Tyler Jones in the Rotson goes 964 at 92 miles per hour. And the Orange Nova of Chris Holcomb in the right-hand side having some issues, rolling 15.6 at 29 miles an hour. I love it. This is awesome. Jeff Dorey in the right-hand side of the racetrack with that Mustang. Back up here for another crack at it. He said there's still a drive shaft in this thing, and I want to try to give it all I got. Taking on Ben Marchetto on the left-hand side in the regular cab short bed Silverado. Dorey fully staged. Marchetto, aggressive bump out of the Silverado. I can't hear the Silverado over Dorey's loud Mustang, but the Coyote is going to watch the Silverado disappear and go 612 at 118 miles an hour for the left side. Dorey in the Mustang goes 658 at 107. Two vehicles that are well outside of my pay grade. The C8 Corvette Z06 in the left-hand side of the racetrack. The Z06 is going to leave and go 687. And the car built on the TV show Toy Makers, the hot rod on the right-hand side of the racetrack, goes 7.8 with a 4. And that brings up Wybonda Hutchins in the left-hand side of the racetrack in the Chevy SS, taking on the Hellcat in the right-hand side of the track. Hellcat belonging to David Lips, the purple Hellcat at the right-hand side of the track, taking on Wybonda in the Chevrolet SS, badged up as a Holden. These cars were imported from Australia to sell here in the United States for a very small window. They're kind of sleepers. They're really unassuming. You don't see them very often. I'm glad to see one out here. And the four-door Hellcat is going to go 647 for Mr. Lips. And Wybonda in the left-hand side goes 754 at 92 miles an hour for the Chevrolet SS. Adam Green, on the left-hand side of the racetrack, goes 7.3 with an 8 in the Caprice PPV. That's police pursuit vehicle. And the right-hand side goes 7.6 with an 8 at 91 miles an hour. Left-hand side of the racetrack, Stacy Batson in the 56 Chevrolet 4-door variety. Turned in a 7:55 yesterday, trying to improve on that. They're going to go 7.3 at 92 miles per hour for a slight improvement over yesterday's performance. Feeling they're going to turn that one and happily hit the road. Second-gen Camaro, right-hand side of the racetrack, goes 11.1 at 64 miles per hour. Raymond Grissett in the left-hand side of the racetrack, sitting just outside of the water box, and for good reason. All-wheel drive, don't need no water, don't need burnouts. Saves on tires. It's more expensive to buy tires initially up front, but you go through them less. Jonathan Davis in the right-hand side of the New Edge Mustang. I was told last night he was not, in fact, the lead singer of Korn, but he's still a good guy. So Jonathan Davis is going to pretend he's running from the police because Mr. Grissett in the Explorer ST looks remarkably like a state trooper when you look at him in the rearview mirror. John Davis goes 6.6 with a 5 at 103, and the Explorer ST goes 8.8 with a 2 at 78 miles an hour out of the EcoBoost twin turbo flavor. Brian Seary in the orange Challenger, the left-hand side. That is not a Hellcat. That is the, I believe, Scat Pack. And he faces Zach Smith in the red S15 mini truck, right side. S10 on the back of it. So this is our dial your own category. This one's a little bit unique in that a lot of people think it's just it's like a bracket situation here. Now the consistency is the key here for dial your own. However, what we're trying to do, think of this more like a poker run, because unlike bracket racing, there's no breaking out. You're trying to be as consistent. These guys are trying to be as consistent as possible all week long. So if day one you got a 5.0 and the next day you go 4.99, you can still turn in your 4.99. You just have an average between the two. There is no breaking out. And what this ends up with at the end of the week, we have a whole lot of racers that have a fistful of time slips because they end up hot lapping, trying to get closer and closer and tighten up their own average spread for the 5 days. So it almost turns into a poker run situation where you're just trying to put together the best hand and hand in your best time slips. And then on the last day last year, we had a little bit of a real bracket race between our top DIY or DYO shootout contenders. And the spread between the top 20 was insane. It was less than a tenth of a second between the difference over the course of 4 days. So while dial your own is kind of a catch-all class, it turns into one of the best battles that you see on paper when you look at the standings. The 1950s Chevy, the Tri-5 Chevy on the left-hand side of the track, if you pay attention, this is actually a right-hand drive car. This belongs to Roy Gallier. And he's going to have a side-by-side drag race with the C10 on the right-hand side belonging to John Oda. I'm sorry, Joe Onda. I got that backwards. I might be dyslexic. Joe Onda in the C10 goes 8.44, and the right-hand drive Tri-5 goes 8.24 at 85 miles an hour on the left-hand side of the racetrack. And that'll bring us up to Scott Green with the Primer Maverick in the left side. Little Maverick went 6.12 yesterday, 6.7 with a 12 yesterday. He's going up against the Dodge Cornet on the right-hand side. Nick Delano in the Cornet's going to go through at 6.2 with a 0, slight improvement on yesterday. And the Maverick, not what he was quite looking for, went 6.91. Attention to the pits, attention to the mitts. Party time, party time. Excellent. All run to the lanes. It's party time. If you need another crack at this racetrack, now is your time. We have empty staging lanes, and, well, they'll be emptying out very soon, but let's bring our all-run session. Logan Terry in the left-hand side of the racetrack. Turbo power in that SN95, and the Cadillac CTSV wagon in the right side is going to get a front row seat to watch Mr. Terry go 5.49. Slight improvement on yesterday. Went 5.50 with a 2 yesterday. Cadillac CTSV wagon on the right-hand side. Larry Dawkins goes 7.77 with an 8. And 91. Again, a little improvement. Everybody's just doing a little bit better here on day 2. Gary Mankia in the left-hand side in the blue 3rd-gen Camaro. Installs elevators as his day job. Mr. Mankia's got a front row seat as Doug Kistler in the Nova is going to go through at 6.30 with an 8, a little bit better than he did yesterday. And Mackey on the right-hand side, and the Camaro's going to go 7.46 at 93 miles an hour. Micah Hallmage in the left side with the Chevelle sitting, well, I won't say it's dead last because there's no... While it may be the slowest car in the class, that does not mean it will be dead last in class because, again, it's about being consistent. And he has the best seat in the house to watch as the right-hand side goes 6.35 at 117 miles an hour. Francis. Right-hand side, Jeep Cherokee XJ, that belonging to Francis Thomas. And the XJ, the right side, Thomas goes through 10.77 with a 4 at 63 miles an hour. A significant improvement on his 10.9 yesterday. Not sure if he's going to hold on to that or he's going to try to shoot for a 10.8 tomorrow and split the difference. And that's Ricky Russell on the right-hand side, the S10 Blazer, I believe. This Russell going to make a solo trip. The Blazer didn't want to make the pass last time. Russell goes 7.17 at 95 miles an hour. Shaving a few hundredths off of yesterday, 7.20 for him. I'm feeling he'll be happy for that. And Lee Locklear in the C8Z06. in the right-hand side of the racetrack. If you ever wonder why they sound that way, it's actually a flat plane crank design. That is a LT engine. Shares the architecture of the same motor you would find in a Silverado, except slightly different crank design to make it sound the way it sounds. So the Ferrari in disguise on the right-hand side of Lee Locklear, the C8 Z06, going to go 6.99 with a 3 at 103 miles an hour. The Chevelle on the left side goes 9.2 with a 0 at 74 miles an hour. David Aiken on the right-hand side. David Aiken from the show Toy Makers in this two-door sedan, 1931 Model A hot rod. He's lined up out of the groove because he's got big old meaty hard tires on the back of this thing. He's just out here trying to have fun, not tear up our racetrack. We appreciate that. David's going to run away from Jesse Hazlitt on the left-hand side in the red F body. Hazlitt goes 6.72. Looks like Aiken left before the tree was active. He's not going to get a ton. Pete Johns in the third-gen Camaro. I bet a Camaro is going to win this race. Pete Johns, right-hand side of the racetrack, goes through 9.78. The red one in the left side goes 8.4 at 87 miles per hour. Chet MacArthur on the left-hand side of the racetrack, that C7 Z06. He's going to take on Lucas Barr in the green Lincoln. If you look at this Lincoln, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, the door on the thing, it's tremendous. It weighs probably in the triple digits. The car is so long, by the time it reaches the 60 foot with the front end, the back end's barely breaking the beams. C7 Z06 goes 7.0 at 46 miles an hour. And everybody get a good stretch in, and there we go, 11.5 at 53 miles an hour for Lucas Barr in the Lincoln Continental. And the 1978 four-door Caprice Nanner Puddin', the box Chevy. This car has changed hands a few times. My best friend actually built this car in Kentucky. Shout out to Logan. A Nanner Puddin' going to abort the pass, having a little bit of issues. And the purple Chevy truck in the left-hand side is going to drive around and go 9.0 at 77 miles per hour. For Don Flanders in the purple Chevrolet. Nanner Puddin' goes 9.90 at 45. Charles Tucker, left-hand side of the racetrack in the rusty classic Chevrolet, looking remarkably like the purple one that just went down, except this one has a bed full of nitrous and turbos. Charles Tucker went 6.99 yesterday. See if he can go a little bit quicker than that. And Tucker goes 6.9 with a 7. Slight improvement. Tracy Batson on the right-hand side, left before the tree was active, is not going to get a time slip. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. I have a parts call. If you know anyone nearby or local that has a differential for a 2006 Pontiac GTO, we have a racer in need. 06 GTO differential. Come on down to the HCR tent and give us a skinny. If you got someone local or know some friends nearby within an hour's distance, you never know. It may not be too far, so give them a call and reach out. Jonathan Davis, left-hand side of the racetrack, back up here to make another rip. Dial your own category. He's taking on the Goblin in the right-hand side. The Goblin, I believe, aborted the pass. Goblin's in tiny tire. Left-hand side of the track goes 6.7 with a 0 at 102 miles an hour, and the Goblin goes 9.87 at 64. I have a feeling the Goblin, once that thing puts together a quick pass, the full complete pass, it's actually going to go quick. Gary Bell, Unlimited Chevelle on the right-hand side, up here for his first pit at the track, I think. Zips the tires about 150 feet out. Gary Bell sitting third overall. He's going to come back around and take another hit at this. He was trying to improve. Turned in a 5.11 yesterday, and as you can see, he's just getting up on the tire and then put a little bit too much stank on it. They're coming back up for another hit, Jeffrey Hillard. Jeffrey Hillard sitting number 3 overall with a 5.19 that he turned in yesterday. Wasn't happy with yesterday's earlier pass today, so he wants to come up here and take another crack at it. And Wyvonna Hutchins on the left-hand side with the SS, back up here to take another hit. And Wyvonna Hutchins is pre-stage, waiting for Hilliard. Are we going to have a burn down? I would love to have a burn down. Let's have a burn down. Both of you just park it. Nobody go in. Nobody move. Nobody move. Don't move. Hell yeah. No. Dang. Wyvonna caves in the burn down that didn't happen. Hilliard rolls in. Jeffrey Hillard, can he put it together and pour the power in? He's trying to improve, and not quite. 5.47. That car went a 5.19 yesterday, so not quite what he was looking for. Wyvonna Hutchins goes 7:47 in the left-hand side, denying me of my burn down at 90 miles an hour. And Raymond Grissett, left-hand side of the Explorer ST EcoBoost twin turbo action. It looks just like a highway patrol vehicle. It's got to be nice to just cruise in the left-hand side of the highway and everybody just gets out of your way as you come up in the rearview mirror. Mr. Grissett will be facing off against our limited entry in the right-hand side of the racetrack. That's Matt Green in the Gray Fox. Matt Green turned in a 6.2 with a 3 yesterday. And he would like to see a little bit better than that, I'm sure. And Matt Green getting after it, 129 to the 60 foot, better than he did yesterday. 547 at 129 for Green. And the Explorer ST in the left side, Raymond Grissett goes 859 at 80 miles an hour. Coming up next, we got Taco Time in the left-hand side, Aaron Shaden. The Fairmont 4-door. This is tied for number 1 with Jim Treadle in the Green Firebird. These guys are tied at a 5.12 with a 6 for a tiny tire. And Taco Time taking on Justin Treadle on the right-hand side. Look for side-by-side race here. Oh, beautiful wheelie and kicks the tire right before the 330-foot mark on Taco Time. Luckily, he gathers it up, keeps it out of the wall. Justin Treadle on the right-hand side goes 5.2 at 136 out of the Fox body. And that is dead on what he ran yesterday, only 4 thou off. Now, I don't know if he's going to turn that in or if he's going to maybe try to make another crack at it. I got to say, it is a wonderful sight to know that we are in the all-run session, and I'm looking at the pits, and I am seeing full pits. I'm seeing a lot of racers sticking around, coming up here to make a hit at the track, not just scattering like roaches when the lights come on to vacate the premises. I see a lot of cars hanging out and having fun, and that's what this is all about. We appreciate that. Right-hand side of the racetrack, we got a stick shift car, S550 Mustang. Taking on the Pontiac G8 on the left side. That's Mark Bauer in the G8 on the left side of the racetrack. Bauer a little bit nervous on the line. He's going to jump the gun, go red. Goes 650 with a 0 at 110 miles per hour. The S550 on the right-hand side of the racetrack goes 898 with a whole bunch of 8s behind it at 83 miles per hour. Bobby Admire, right-hand side of the racetrack in the Caprice. And the Caprice is going to try to hold off the all-wheel drive Coyote in the left-hand side of the racetrack. Mr. Admire goes 771 at 91 miles an hour. And left-hand side goes 715 at 101 for the F-150 of Butch Williams. Brett Marble in the long bed square body C10 in the left-hand side of the racetrack. Taking on the Cadillac CTSV. Back up here for another crack at it. The LSA blower on that car, I believe, has to be close to the temperature of the sun by now. But Larry Dawkins don't care, because he just went 7-8 with a 9 at 89 miles an hour. Marble left-hand side, long bed goes 861 at 81 miles an hour. Ricky Russell in that S10 Blazer on the right-hand side takes on the C7Z06 of Shep MacArthur. These are dial your own entries. Again, consistency is key here. These guys are just putting in laps. They can come up here and just make lap after lap for the dial and just gather a handful of time slips and then go back to the pits and fan them out like playing cards and pick the one that suits their hand the best. And it's kind of what they're doing here. The S10 Blazer goes 725 at 89 miles an hour, and the C7Z, abort in the pass, goes 10-3 at 48. The Jeep XJ Cherokee Classic 4-door, when you want a death wobble with your friends. Back up again for another crack at this racetrack. Francis Thomas, look for 10-second territory out of this car, and right-hand side of the racetrack is the car affectionately known as the Abomination. The Dodge Dart of Richard Kinnison went 544 with a 6 yesterday, looking to try and get back into that area. Hasn't been quite able to put it all together. Nice and easy off the line with the Dart, and 543 at 128 miles an hour for Kinnison. And that is on par with what he ran yesterday with his 544. Woo! Nanner Puddin has shown us where the rev limiter is and what it do. Party time to the lanes. Yes, party time to the lanes. I hear people asking in the WhatsApp. Party time to the lanes. All run session is already a running. Yes. If you have a car that is capable of 5-second passes, or you think you're close to it, 5-second capable cars, our fast cars, I want you in. Lanes 5 and 6. If you want to go fast, and party like we do, get in lanes 5 and 6. We're going to finish out what we have here, and we're going to give this track some touch-up because we haven't had to really touch it up all day, so that's thanks to you as racers. We appreciate everybody cooperating, and we appreciate everybody here at Greer Dragway. I'm seeing guys and gals making some hot laps. The 4-door 56 Chevrolet in the left-hand side. And Don Flanders, right-hand side of the racetrack, in the purple Chevrolet goes 9-0 with a 7 at 77 miles an hour. The 56 Chevrolet, left-hand side, goes 749 at 91 for more dial-your-own action. Jesse Hazlitt in the red Camaro, left-hand side. Look for 6-second territory out of this. He's got Cole Galloway to face off against in the Fox Body T-Top edition, right side of the racetrack. They're very, very snot rocket-like green in color. But there's something about T-Tops and 4 eyes on a Fox Body that really gets me going. Nice and easy off the line for both cars. Camaro goes through 664. Improvement for him. Jesse Hazlitt, 664 at 101 miles an hour, and it left the line as soft as can be. 152 to the 60 foot. Good pass for them. I have a feeling he's going to turn that in and hit the road. The Camaro on the right-hand side of the racetrack, knocking the clothes off the people in the water box. Watch where you stand. These blowhorns will blow your shirt over your head like a hockey fight. The ZZ Top graphics on the right-hand side, again, I keep talking about it, and I'm going to continue to talk about it because it's one of the best-looking cars here at Street Yeet, in my opinion. That's Jacob Watson. And Jacob Watson's going to watch the Hellcat. Goes 661 on the left-hand side for the purple Hellcat. And a 678 for Watson on the right-hand side of the racetrack, and 101. Wivonda Hutchins back up here one more time. I believe this is the third, maybe even fourth pass I've seen out of her today. Taking full advantage of what she can. She's got Zach Smith on the right side in the red. I think the back says S10, the front says GMC, so I'm not really, we'll call it a S12 and a half. The General Motors mini truck in the right-hand side takes on the Chevrolet SS with the matte wrap, color changing. It's 50 different colors depending on which way you look at it. Wivonda Hutchins looking for consistency. Again, the dial your own, so trying to fill her hand full of time slips and pick the best one by the end of the day. She's going to go 756 at 86 miles an hour. And the S Dime on the right side goes 678 at 97. Yes, that's right. Plug your ears. That is rivaling only Coyotes in nature, or the, what else could be worse sounding? Not worse sounding, louder. Sorry, shrieking. Nissan 350, 370Zs. Those are kind of rough on the ears. Straight piped LTs. But what's easy on the eyes is the barge in the left-hand side of the racetrack. This humongous Lincoln Continental two-door. He's probably turning the radio up in the Lincoln so he can hear himself think. LT Camaro on the right-hand side goes 794. Take a deep breath, wait for it, and the Continental goes 1318 at 46 miles an hour. Raymond Grissett back up again in the Explorer, putting in a handful of laps. Taking on Butch Williams once again in the all-wheel drive F-150, Coyote Power on board. Butch Williams goes 7:15 at 101. Yesterday, he turned in a 7:16 with a 3. So consistent he is. He's in the daily driver category, so he's looking just to improve. Consistency isn't the name of the game there. That's a dial your own thing. The XJ joining us once again for another pass. Adam Green on the left-hand side of the racetrack is going to go through the second-gen Camaro to 7:36 at 92 miles an hour. The XJ slowed down substantially. Tried a different strategy. Maybe it's slower in the right lane than it is in the left lane. Next straight goes through 11.0 with a 2 at 62 miles per hour. Check out the wheels on the front of the Fox body left-hand side. These are some old school, I don't even remember who made these wheels, but I remember reading Muscle Mustangs and 5.0 and Super Fords and seeing just tons of pages with these wheels on it. And I believe that's the Celine wing on the back of it. Just a big throwback here. Huge fan of Fox bodies. I know people are probably sick of seeing them at the drag strip, but I'm not. And fighting for traction as he drops the clutch and hammers it through the floor. Left-hand side of the racetrack, that Fox body is going to go 744 at 93 miles per hour. And that's Josh Noe in the white Fox. Chase Hill, right-hand side of the track. Back up here for another hit. Taking on Mr. Macchia on the left side of the third-gen Camaro. Gary Macchia looking to collect some time slips. Chase Hill had a little bit of issue getting off the line there, trying to figure out the launch on that car. Hill on the right side goes 8.8 with a 0. Macchia left side of the racetrack goes 7.40 at 93 miles an hour. Nanner Pudding coming back up again. One of the few cars on the property, Nanner Pudding, that rivals the Hellcat in the right lane for both weight and stature. Haven't been able to get Nanner off the line in the big Caprice here quite yet. And put this thing together, it sounds like it's having a little bit of issues up top, breaking up, or it's sort of a safety. David Lips in the Hellcat making all the noise. Goes 6.9 at 110 miles an hour. Nanner Pudding goes 7.96 at 98 miles an hour. Fun fact, 98 miles an hour was the trap speed that I did in that car in the quarter mile a few years ago. So it looks like it's getting a little bit quicker. Brian Price in the ear-piercing loud Camaro on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Back up one more time. RIP to headphone users. Wyvonda Hutchins in the Chevrolet SS, right-hand side of the track. Brian Price is playing the introduction for Hot for Teacher by Van Halen on the starting line right now. Hutchins off the line. And on the brakes in the right-hand side of the track. And the Camaro having some issues getting traction off the line and finding the gear up top. Goes 8.0 at 83 miles per hour. Once again, all run session. Lanes are still open. Racers, if you need another hit, come on down. I see a whole heap of cars sitting in the racetrack here. I don't know if you guys are just hanging out. I mean, we appreciate it. But if you need a shot at the track, come on down. That long. If it empties out, then yeah. it's a weird thing because sometimes there can be somebody up there changing the motor. And we told them to they're planning on that. You know what I mean? And it's happened in the past where like, hey, it's going to be here, it's supposed to be. It does suck seeing the staging rains from time to time. That's a big no drag. Long bad S10 in the right-hand side, taking on the S550 Mustang on the left side. Back up here again for some more cracks at this track. S10 goes 663 in the right-hand side of the racetrack to 668. Good side-by-side drag race there. Margin of victory, 0.04. Raymond Grisson, Explorer ST, once again. This time I heard the blow-off valve on it, so obviously, judging by the drag radios on all four corners, is clearly not stock for a Ford Explorer, but Jacob Watson back up here once more with the early 4th gen Camaro. Sounds like the S550 and Mustang in right lane had a little bit of problem there, dead hooking on the and was very upset leaving the line there. Jacob Watson goes 675 at 101 miles an hour on the left side. And Wyvonda Hutchins up here in the Chevy SS again. I think if she keeps going at this rate, she's going to need a new set of rear tires before the end of the week. I would say the same with the XJ because it probably has just as many passes, but he skips the burnout, so he's saving a whole bunch of money on tires. Francis Thomas again, front row seats, watching Hutchins run away. Hutchins in the SS. Sounds like I have a little bit of issue shifting up there on the big end. Goes 771 at 81 miles an hour. And the XJ back into 10-second territory, goes 1099. Pete Johns in the 3rd gen Camaro on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Brett Marble, left-hand side of the racetrack at the long bid C10. Turned in 8.67 yesterday. Goes up against P. Johns on the right-hand side of the Camaro. Side-by-side race for the 80s General Motors products, and looks like Marble's going to squeak out the win, 8.51 at 82 miles an hour for the C10. And the third-gen Camaro is 10.22.62. No, your eyes do not deceive you. They're back once again. And Raymond Grissett watching the big purple Hellcat. 6.74 with a 7 at 110 miles an hour for the Hellcat on the left side. And the Explorer's going to go 8.71. And B.J. Adams back up here in the Mustang. I believe it was the car that just was trying to go down on the right-hand side of the racetrack and didn't quite make it off the line effectively. So he's back up here to give it another crack. And he will face off against Jesse Haslett in the right side. Jesse turned in a 6.84 yesterday and punched it back into 6-second territory earlier. Might be looking for some more. B.J. having a little bit of a chatter fest on the left side. Tough time getting that car off the line sorted. He goes 8.28 at 88 miles an hour. Right side goes 7.26. I don't think Mr. Haslett is going to be happy with that. I'm sorry. First name is Jesse. I'm not going to assume anything. I'm going to assume Jesse may or may not be happy with that. For those of you watching the live feed on Spoold Media, we appreciate you guys tuning in. We're rounding out. We're in our all-run session right now, so this is kind of the catch-all. We ran everybody through all of our classes, have all had a shot at this racetrack. You're seeing a lot of the cars come up here time and time again. Most of those are our dial-your-own category, and those are trying to collect as many time slips as close to each other as possible so they can turn in the best. They want the closest, tightest average throughout the week. They want the tightest spread. We're going to roll into some track prep right now because we're getting ready to send our fast cars down the track. Fast being the operative word here. So outside of a few rear end parts breakages and a little bit of rubbing on the wall, all in all, it's been a pretty smooth day here at Greer Dragway in Greer, South Carolina. We appreciate everybody coming out here, checking us out, especially those of you. Raise your hand if you took off of work today to come out here and just spectate. Hell yeah, we appreciate that. Raise your hands if your parents took you out of school and let you come here today. Heck yeah, that's awesome. You can make that up. Once again, thank you guys for tuning in on the live feed here at Spoold Media. Shout out to Corey Stamper and Spoold Media for putting on this live feed for us. We greatly appreciate that. The live feed is presented by SP Tools USA, sptoolsusa.com, strangeengineering.net, scarlettsolutions.com, SC Raceworks, facebook.com/SC Raceworks. Drivers in the staging lanes, get to your cars, start getting suited up. We're getting back to racing action. And if you can hear the sound of my voice, you need to get where you can see, because we're coming into our all-run session and we're just wrapping up our track prep. This is in anticipation of our heavy hitters coming up. Coming up next, we got Bud Trammell, I believe. Keith Baker, right-hand side of the racetrack, takes on Bud Trammell in the beautiful second-generation Camaro Sans Hood this go-around. And he's going to face off against Keith Baker, right-hand side of the racetrack. Turbocharged HED power on board. Trammell in the Camaro knocking on the door of a 5-second pass. I believe that's a naturally aspirated combination. Trammell turned in a 6:05 with a 2 yesterday for the Camaro. Showed up today to said, you know what, let's try it without the hood. Shed a little bit of weight, maybe we can punch this thing into the 5s. Keith Baker in the Malibu on the right-hand side, drag and drive veteran. We've seen him at SICK Weekend and Hot Rod Drag Week in the past. Baker in the Malibu turned in a 5:34 with a 5 yesterday. He's going to try to get a little bit deeper into 5-second territory with this car. It is capable of doing so. So pay attention to low 5s in the right lane, and if we can see a 5-second time out of the left side, I think everybody should stand up and clap. Baker is in, lights coming down, and away we go. Big wheel stand on the left-hand side for the Camaro. And Keith Baker with a right-hand turn signal on lets him know where the turnoff is going to be as he gets there first. 5:31 for Baker at 129 miles an hour and a 5-second rip out of the Camaro. 5:96 for Trammell in the second-generation Camaro. Congratulations. At 114 miles per hour, I feel like they're going to take that one and hit the road. CJ Cave in the right-hand side. Back up here again. This is our plan B for Mr. Cave. Plan A was his New Edge Mustang that he last year won overall at Southeast Street and Yeet. And CJ is going to race Chris Vickers on the left side of the racetrack with the S550 Mustang doing his best to blow the windows out of the tower here. This crew guy looking great as always with that tire shaker shirt. Shout out to Mr. Tapscott. Hopefully the car doesn't shake tires. But it is going to spin him. CJ Cave sits there for a little bit and thinks about it, and let's go to the button and goes. 5:31 at 130 miles per hour for CJ Cave in the right-hand side. 122 to the 60-foot. Nice hit for Mr. Cave. Taco time in the left-hand side, back up in the water box. This is your leader, or tied with, in Tiny Tire. Taco time, the Fairmont being piloted by Aaron Shaden. They went a 5:12 yesterday. This car can go faster if it can put it all together. You'll hear it pop and bang a little bit off the hit. It might get into some traction control, and if they can drive through that and fight their way down, the 60-foot will really tell the tale. These cars can try to pour a bunch of power in it, and all they have is we're limited to that 8.5-inch tire on the back. It's not easy. That's why it looks so goofy on the back. And the front tire is literally taller than the back of this car. Owens is watching Taco Time, trying to chase him down, and he's not going to do it. 5:22 for the left-hand side of the racetrack on the 235 tire in the Fairmont. Taylor Owens in the blue Mach 1 goes 5:74 at 122 miles per hour. And that's a huge improvement for Taylor. I think he's going to be very happy with that, by over half a second from yesterday. John Macchia in the second-gen Camaro back up here again. The Macchia making this a family affair. Gary in the third-gen Camaro also up here partying with us. Happy to see them out here. Don Gatlin in the Chevy 2, right-hand side. He claims it's a daily driver. I'm not going to argue with him. I'd love to have a daily driver that runs in the 630s. Toting the tire a few inches in the right-hand side for the Chevy 2. Chevy 2 is going to go through a 6.051, just behind left-hand side of Macchia, 5:34 at 131 miles per hour. And the biggest sleeper on the property, in my always correct opinion, you can argue with it, but I'm the one with the microphone, and I can't hear you. But the BMW in the right-hand side is the biggest sleeper in this whole place. And that's driven by Frank Wanaka. And this thing is fast. When you look at that, it looks like a BMW. Maybe it's got some wheels on it. But look for low 6-second runs out of this thing. The left-hand side of the racetrack is Robert Warkesser in the Malibu. Robert's been mid-fives. And it looks like he's going to get right back there. BMW braking, pulling quickly to the right-hand side. Malibu's going to go 5:38 at 129. Huge jump from yesterday. Yesterday he turned in a 5:50 with a 5:50 with a 6. And that is a substantial improvement for Robert. I believe he's going to take that one and hit the road. He might be sandbagging us a little bit yesterday. So the sleeper BMW has parked on the right-hand side of the racetrack. It looks like there's nothing hanging off from the bottom of the car, so we're thankful for that. But it might be a little bit while we try to figure out how to move a modern car. I don't even know how to take that thing out of park, so I'm not even going to attempt to try. All right, we have removed the BMW from the racing surface, and we're back for some racing action. Up on the side of the track, we got Walter Doyle in the Chevelle, one of our tiny tire contenders. Looks like he's sitting number 7 in class with a 5:52. Horn works. Right side is Mark White in the Camaro. Mark turned in a 6:36 in the daily driver category, sitting number 6 right now in class. Sorry, I had a brain fart because I wrote down that as a 5th gen Camaro. That is not. That is a 6th gen. And Walter Doyle having a little bit of issues in the water box here. And Mark White is going to go up, and looks like Walter Doyle is getting it together. And Walter Doyle completes the burnout on the left-hand side. Tiny tire Chevelle, 8.5-inch slick on the back of this thing. Twin turbo under the hood. Face off against Mark White. Mark White turned a 6:36 yesterday out of the Camaro. Walter Doyle looking for something better than a 5:52. Side by side off the line, left lane goes 134 to the 60-foot. Doyle goes 528 at 135 miles an hour, and the Camaro on the right side goes 632 at 111. I believe Mr. Doyle will be very happy with that, and that will move him up the ladder quite a bit. Depending on how the rest of things shake out with the fellow competitors, Tiny Tire is putting on a clinic. This is shaping up to be one of the best classes I've seen so far. And that's not to take anything away from anybody else here. Everybody, we're well into our all-run session here, and this is crazy. And just looking at the pits and still seeing competitors sticking around just to watch. The amount of you guys standing in the water box just hanging out is fantastic. That's something that you don't see at a drag and drive. Usually this place is a ghost town when you get a one and done. Ben Marchetto in the regular cab short bed, cat eye left-hand side. I really like the tailgate net. I don't want to be the one to say it, but I bet if it had a tailgate on the back of it, it would put a little bit more weight on it, and it might go down. I'm just kidding. I don't know what I'm talking about. The Explorer ST right-hand side goes 9.0 at 79 miles per hour. Don't ever take the tailgate net off the back of that thing. I'm a huge fan of those. And Scott Thompson going to line the regular cab short bed outside of the groove just a little bit, move them over. Take another crack at this real quick. Oh, and he saves it! Ladies and gentlemen, whoo! Wrong sport, good save. Wow. Ben Marchetto, Ben, my man. Good save. That truck came off the line and looked like it was about to go and then just made a hard move. You can see the marks. It got way, way outside, and the right-hand side of the truck was out in the absolutely bare concrete there, and he tried to pull it back in, and that was almost all she wrote. I know those of you that are on the far side of the racetrack had a hard time seeing how close that truck was to that wall. Let's just say I wouldn't want to be standing in between the two. And Lucas Barr in the left-hand lane, surprisingly, hooked up. Lucas Barr has 2.94 seconds to the 60-foot, and the Lincoln Continental goes 12.71 at 50 miles per hour. The Hellcat on the right-hand side goes 5.9 at 117. But you don't want to hear about that. Let's talk about the barge. As we await for it to sail up the shutdown, and watch as it gently makes the right-hand turn. The body roll, dragging the door handle on the driver's side, and the majestic beast is off the track, and we continue on. Don Flanders in the left-hand side, the purple Chevrolet truck. Don will be facing up against Pete. Pete is in the right-hand lane, last name Johns. And Pete is driving a third-generation Camaro. And side by side off the line for Flanders and John. And Flanders going to get there first, 9-0 with a 2 in the Chevy truck. And John's on the right-hand side goes 9-9 with the 2 at 62 miles per hour. Coming up next, your number 2 in class in stick shift, Rob Warwick in the left-hand side of the track with the, it appears to be an LT. But you might be wondering why it sounds like that. Well, and you also wonder why does he pump the throttle like that? He's a Honda guy at heart. That is a K-swapped Camaro. That is a K24 in the thing, believe it or not. And it's fast. Rob Warwick in our stick shift category yesterday turned in a 537. Watch for big wheel stands out of this thing. The rear end of the car is way up in the air. A whole lot of anti-squat in this thing. And Rob Warwick on the left side faces Josh Noe in the right-hand side, tiny tire contender, also stick-shift car. Big wheel stand out of Warwick, pedals it, brings it down, and is going to abort the run. It was making a move towards the center there. It went 119 on the back tires out of the little K-Series Camaro. And Rob Work's going to vacate the premises on the top end of the track, and that's going to bring up next the loudest LT Camaro on the left-hand side of the racetrack, taking on last year's defending champion, Tracy Holtzclaw, 235 or tiny tire. Back of that wagon. Holtzclaw's been a little off the pace this week. Let's see if he can get it together today. Looking for fives. 142 to the 60 foot goes 556 for Tracy on the right-hand side. Left side of the track goes 785 from the Camaro at 96.1 miles per hour. Miles Jacob in the right side, sitting in the water box. Tiny Tiner contender in the El Camino. Chris Vickers in the left-hand side of the track in the S550 making another hit up here, showing us where the rev limiter is. And he's going to take it easy off the line for Vickers, and he's going to go through at 114 miles per hour. I feel like that might just be to have a time slip in their back pocket. That is definitely not indicative of what that car is capable of. Meanwhile, the El Camino on the right-hand side having a little bit of an issue. Josh Davis in there giving him a little bit of coaching advice. Going to back him out, stage him again, and send him on down. Once again, thank you to everybody for coming out here and hanging out with us and tuning in on the live feed for Southeast Street and Yeet, presented by Motion Raceworks. Thank you to Spoold Media and Corey Stamper for the live feed. The XJ is back once again for another 10-second time slip, and Brett Marville on the left-hand side. The C10 goes 196 to the 60 foot, and 850 with an 8 at 82 miles per hour. That's a full 10th improvement over what Brett put up yesterday, so I think he's going to be pretty stoked with that. Turn that one in, maybe hit the road, or it's pretty empty staging lanes. We got some time to kill, so maybe he wants to have fun. He said, I paid for the track, I'm going to use as much of the track time as I possibly can. Get your money's worth. Bill Orr on the left-hand side of the Dodge Dart Swinger is going up against Argus Sanders in the Mustang on the right-hand side. They were doing a little bit of work on the motor on this thing. Look for this thing to go. Oh, shut him off, shut him off, shut him off. Argus Sanders on the right-hand side, feeling a little bit of fuel in the middle, no big deal. We're going to let him send him on down. Argus Sanders reminding him to pull the pin on the chute. This is going to be a good one. Look for a 4-second pass if it goes all to good. 129 to the 60-foot for Sanders, and he goes 5-0 with an 8 at 142 miles per hour. And Argus Sanders goes 0-0-0-1 on the reaction time. He just won his own challenge, ladies and gentlemen. Argus Forestry's put up $500 for the first person to turn in a 000 reaction time, and Argus is the first person to put up a 000 reaction time. I'm not making this up. You cannot write this. I believe that is Justin Lynch in the right lane, 4-door Chevy 2, and Tiny Tire. Justin goes off 127 to the 60-foot. He's going to go 546 at 128 miles an hour. That's a great hit for him. Maverick on the left-hand side goes 6.8 with a 3, 6.8 with a 0 at 100 miles an hour. The notchback right side goes 7.48 with 93 miles per hour. Cole Galloway right left-hand side in the T-top Fox. Rev him out again. If my ear is tuned correctly, that does sound like a pair of Flowmasters and turn downs. Cole Galloway and Pete Johns. Pete Johns right hand side, and the Camaro is going to watch Galloway go 8.46 at 81 miles an hour. The Camaro on the right side goes 10.000 with a 5 at 61. You got a Tiny Tire and a Tailgater. The Tiny Tirer in the right-hand side is Josh Noe in the white Fox body Mustang. He's squaring up against Brett Marville in the long C10. Marvel going to give him a head start. No, he's going to go to the stripe and see 755 at 91 miles per hour. And the C10 on the left-hand side goes 847 at 83 miles per hour. The C7Z06 in the left-hand side of the racetrack, belonging to Shep MacArthur, is joining us once again. Yesterday turned a 7.32 with a 0. Supercharged LT4 power under the hood of this. I believe this car is the auto variety. I think those are 8 speeds. The driver's nodding his head yes. Positive displacement superchargers on these things. These things hit like a sledgehammer. If you've ever experienced a car, a Hellcat or an LT or LSA, anything, positive displacement supercharging is it's the seat of the pants, the butt dyno feel on that thing. It makes you feel like you really could go out and hop a Coke can if you wanted to. So Shep MacArthur is going to have a front row seat as he's going to watch Jeffrey Hillard on the right side. If Hillard can put it together. Hillard should be low 5s, maybe even a 4. He's sitting number 3 overall in limited. Hillard bumps in. Kicks the tire, is not going to get it done, and Shep MacArthur is almost going to run around him, and Hillard says no thanks and pedals it. Goes 7.0 on the right side with 127 mile an hour for the Fox body. The C7Z, I think that's a little quicker, 727 at 99 for MacArthur. And that is an improvement for MacArthur in the C7Z from yesterday by about a 500th. And coming up next, Matthew Green. Matthew Green put up a quick pass earlier. Surprised to see him back up here. I thought he would take it and run. Nice and easy off the line. 131 to the 60-foot. Green's going to go through. 5.7 at 109. Looks like he let out a little bit early there on that one. Staging lanes are still open, racers. Once again, staging lanes are still open. If you want to make a hit or two, you can come on down. Ryan Morris on the left-hand side of the track in the gray S550 is going to take on the stick shift entry of BJ Adams in the right-hand side. BJ back up here for another pass. Left side goes 6.25 at 116 miles an hour, and Adams on the right side goes 7.9 at 91. Matt Colvin, left-hand side in the F-150. Colvin goes through 6.91 at 107 miles per hour, and the Camaro on the right-hand side of the racetrack goes 7.96 at 96 miles per hour. Dawn Flanders, right-hand side of the racetrack. And Dawn is going to be facing off against Jennifer Rudisil. Both of these ladies are street and Yeet veterans. And if you listen closely, you can hear a little bit of a whistle underneath the hood of the Firebird on the left-hand side of the track. I don't think that was there last year, and that would explain the substantial improvement on the performance from Jennifer Rudisil's ride. Right-hand side of the racetrack, Dawn Flanders in the purple Chevrolet truck. And Jennifer Rudisil toting the left front tire, 152 to the 60 foot, and she's going to go through at 658 at 105 miles an hour for Rudisil. Right-hand side for Flanders, 9.1 with an 8 at 76 miles an hour. Did you guys get the smell out of the car? Out of the car? Is the skunk smell gone? Yeah. He walked away before he could give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Yeah, the Trans Am on the left-hand side of the racetrack, they hit a skunk on the drive last night, and it tore the shifter cable off the bottom of the car. So not only did they have to fix the shifter cable, they had to smell skunk the whole time. But luck seems to be turning around because that was a good pass for her, 658 out of 105. I think they are going to be pretty happy with that. I thought they would be happy with the last one, but they're still here partying, which I love it. I'm looking over the hills here. I see a bunch of cars and trucks still here. I see Scott Thompson up there on the hill. I'm wondering if he's going to come back down and make another pass. I know he wasn't real thrilled with what happened earlier. I think I see Keith Baker still up there in the Malibu, the hood up on the top of it. I don't see a trailer behind it, so maybe he's going to come back down and make another rip. I'm looking in the WhatsApp group here. Ladies and gentlemen, 50-50 drawing. 50-50 drawing, if it hasn't already happened, will be happening soon. It's supposed to happen at 2:30, so the 50-50 drawing will be happening very shortly down at the HCR booth. So if you guys aren't paying attention to the WhatsApp chat, there's some people in there could use some help. Got a parts call in there, looking for a harmonic balancer for an LS with Corvette spacing for John Macchia in there. Oh, Frank Wanica in the LT K-swapped F-body, looking for a towing company in Greer. That does not sound good. If anybody has a towing recommendation. And Brandon Quinn posting in the WhatsApp group here. Brandon Quinn is our number 2 in tailgate, and it looks like he is claiming he's broken and he is out. So that takes Brandon Quinn out. That'll move Scott Thompson up into number 2 with his performance yesterday. Scott has yet to put something together today that I've seen yet, and I think he's going to be making another pass here soon. And Tracy Holtzclaw coming around the corner, make another hit one more time in the wagon. Your defending Tiny Tire champ. A little bit off the pace this year. Holtzclaw turned in a 5:32 yesterday, which had him sit number 6. And right behind him was Justin Lynch in the Chevy 2. And Justin, I believe, went quicker today and is not hot. He's just behind Holtzclaw. I know Tracy's car is capable of going significantly faster. He definitely wants to improve on his standings. But who wouldn't? I'm stating the obvious. Don Gatlin on the left-hand side. We've seen this beautiful Chevy 2 Nova up here more than a handful of times today. We don't mind one bit. Gatlin left-hand side. Tracy Holtzclaw right-hand side. 235, 8.5-inch tire on the back of that wagon. For some low 130, high 120, 60 foots on the right side, if it works for him. 146 for Holtzclaw, not what he wants. 5'9" with a 7 at 112 miles. Gatlin goes through on the left side, 622 at 113 out of the Chevy 2. Once again, thank you guys for tuning in to Southeast Street Meet presented by Motion Raceworks. Motion Raceworks bringing you high-performance parts made proudly in the United States. The Motion Raceworks family includes TBM brakes, Rife Sensors, Mark Williams, and Fluidworks. You can find all their products at motionraceworks.com. Racers, once again, staging lanes are open. Staging lanes are still open. Attention to the pits. If you have parts calls that I haven't called out over the PA and you've only put them in the WhatsApp group, if you, I'm rolling through here. I don't know what is current and what hasn't been answered, but if you still have a need for parts, if you can post in the WhatsApp group or send a representative to the tower to have them come talk to me, that way I can throw it out over the PA. That way, you never know, there might be someone local sitting here in the stands or hanging out here with the crew that has the parts that you need, is not necessarily in that group. So if you want a little bit further reach than what the group is, don't live your life with blinders on. That's all I'm saying. Come down here and hit me up. Attention to pits, the 50-50 drawing. 50-50 drawing is going to be happening shortly down at the trailer at the HCR tent. So if you enter the 50-50 drawing, you want to make your way down there. Rob Warwick over here in the left-hand side. He's going to give us all the, as my daughter calls it, pops and fire on the starting line here shortly. Surprised it still has an oil pan in it. Something's rolling out from underneath the bottom of it. Looks like a hockey puck or a piece of tape. That's where I would keep it too. Easy access, just in case you need it on the starting line. Probably one of the most unique sounding F-bodies that you will hear. With a mystery motor underneath the hood. Keeps the front end down, but Warwick doing his best drift impression. He's going to slide his way to a 645 at 79 miles an hour. He's trying to find that happy medium where it's, it spins right now. Before it was trying to go 12 o'clock. If we can just put it, right there in the middle. Call that bracketing. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. We got a racer in need. If you check the WhatsApp, Jeff Dorey got a racer in need of an LS valve spring compressor here at the track. So Jeff Dorey is asking for an LS valve spring compressor if anybody has one. I believe he is down here near the booth, down near the staging lanes, Jeff DeRay had that yellowish Mustang. I think I see the trunk of it open. Kyle Buntley in the right-hand lane making a whole bunch of rack and kicking the tires. He goes 174 to the 60-foot, and on his way down goes 645 at 118 miles per hour. To the racer that needs the LS valve spring compressor, it is going to be delivered down to the HCR tent. So if you need that valve spring compressor, please go over to the HCR tent. Taylor Joseph Owens has your valve spring compressor. Josh Davis in the left-hand side of the racetrack taking on Sachin Joshi in the right-hand side. Josh Davis lining up over here, trying to check out the racing service. Not liking what he sees, he's going over to the right-hand side. He's going to flip lanes. Neither one of them is a cashless society today in 2025, so they just agree to swap. Josh Davis now on the right-hand side, Sachin Joshi in the left. I have a feeling they're going to converge and discuss strategies in the back of the water box. They're sending each other hand and arm signals right now. It's like a catcher and a pitcher talking to each other. And the agreement is left lane. Sachin winds up for the pitch, delivers the swift right hook to the ribs of Josh. Josh turns around, didn't even flinch. As Josh Davis says, with great power comes great responsibility. Knowing that he could easily end his life with a simple snap of his fingers, Josh Davis shows much restraint. And capitalizing on the window of opportunity of an empty racetrack, right-hand side, we got Jeff Hughes in the beautiful GM mini truck. Jeff Hughes sitting number 4 in tailgate right now, looking for something better than a 552. Not quite going to do it with that. It sounded like he let go of the button or something happened and released the trans brake a little prematurely, and oh, it chucked the belt out underneath it again. think that's the second time today that truck has tossed the belt. Belts are for holding up your pants, not laying on the racetrack. And right side of the track, the tiny tire entry of Miles Jacob is back up here for another crack at the racing surface. Had a little bit of issues last time, didn't like what he saw. The El Camino went 5:21 with a 9 yesterday at Shady Side on day 1. Sitting number 3 in tiny tire. The track whisperer, Josh Davis, up there lining him up. So Jacobs goes in. It looks like it released the button a little bit early and stumbled off the line there. The car was not happy. He's going to roll through a 7.77. That is the unluckiest numbers for him on a time slip today, unfortunately. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we want to appreciate and thank every one of you for coming out and hanging out with us here today at Greer Dragway. Thank you to those of us tuning in on our live feed. Thanks to Spoold Media for putting it out there for us. We're getting down into the minute area of the amount of time we have left on track here. As the staging lanes are dwindling and a couple cars are still sticking around trying to make another crack at it, I think. There's some people that I think have not quite gotten a satisfactory performance. They're trying to figure out the magical combination of keystrokes to make this thing go down the racetrack in an effective manner to better their position. From here, all the racers are going to hit the road and we're heading to CPR Performance. There's our checkpoint. We're going to have a party there. We've got a burnout pit. CPR is one of our sponsors this week. And they've been with us here at Street and Yeet since the beginning, so we appreciate them. And then tomorrow we're going to be at Carolina Dragway for day 3 of Street and Yeet. If you want, you can catch that live feed as well here on Spoold Media. E85 racers, if you guys are racing on E85, we got a report in the WhatsApp group. There is a fuel station nearby in Spartanburg. The fuel tests good. It's testing at 85%, so if you're an ethanol racer and you need to fuel up before you hit the road, check the WhatsApp group and you can get the address for the fuel station. I know sometimes those ethanol apps are hit or miss on the accuracy, and you never know really what you're going to get out of those pumps unless you actually test it. So it's always nice when you have a confirmed solid source and where to get the Lord's fuel, I like to call it. Devin will tell you that methanol is the Lord's fuel, but I don't have methanol money. Well, it's not that I don't have methanol money. It's just that I don't want to spend methanol money. I'd rather have E85. And everybody that says it smells like cat pee, I disagree. E85 does not smell like cat pee. Ryan Morris shaking the hills of the surrounding area with the S550 Mustang on the left-hand side. This car went 6:21 with a 7 yesterday. And today it's going to go 6:28 with an 8 at 116 miles per hour, showing how many gears it has. I lost count on the way down the track. And Ryan Moore's back up one more time. Not happy with the... He's double entered in 2 different categories. Deadly consistent, 629 with a 1 at 116 miles an hour again for Mr. Morris. This car entered in 2 different categories, so but he's making more than double the amount of runs than he really has to for one car. He's been up here hot lapping this thing. I don't think the blower on it's getting any cooler, but somehow it's staying relatively consistent, which is honestly surprising. Concession stands. Concession stands will be closing in about 15 minutes. So if you're in the pits before you hit the road, if you want to grab a snack from down there at the concessions, you got about 15 minutes before they close up. Not long after concessions close, we will be closing staging lanes. So the time is coming near. 3:24 on my phone. Staging lanes are supposed to be open until 4 o'clock. We got a car sitting down in here lanes. A few people are here to take advantage of it. And looking out of my window, I am seeing the sad sight of a BMW about to be loaded onto a flatbed. Was it Axel or Moore? Do you know if it was an axle or is it worse? Thumbs up for axle, thumbs down for not sure. Probably. 50-50 shot. Kyle Buntley about up here one more time. This thing has been every combination pissed off between spinning tires and trying to point at the sky and bouncing all over the place, darting lane to lane almost. It's been an adventure for sure, and he's trying to calm down the mechanical bull that is this Fox body. And it looked like it tried to move just a little bit, and then the second it took all the slack out of the drivetrain and tried to couple up just a little bit, it kicked the tire off. And he tried to pedal it, goes 687 at 84 miles per hour. They're trying to find the right combination of applying the power in. Does that car have a slipper clutch in it? One person shaking their head, one person saying yes. Gotcha. Yes, it does have a slider clutch in it. So what they're trying to do is adjust the combination of how much clutch slippage do we want. We want to dead hook the tire and plant that to eliminate that slippage. And then we want to manage the power as it ramps in and build boost and all these. It's a lot of things that you really got to, it's like playing the orchestra. And if one person is out of key, then the whole song sounds like garbage. Or a 164/60 foot in the case of Mr. Buntley. So they do still have a limited window of opportunity of about 35 minutes if they want to try to turn the car around and get back in lanes and take another crack at it. What's going on, racers? You got about 35 minutes of track time left. We kind of have a rare opportunity here. Like, this is basically, you're at a private test session. You could treat this like a private test session. You can have as many laps as you want. Remember that whole cake thing I talked about earlier this morning where everybody eats a piece of cake? We got a lot of cake left over, folks. So if you want some cake, come on down and get in the water box.
Hey guys, just kind of checking in with y'all. This is kind of the slow part of the day where a lot of guys are packing up and getting ready to roll. Like I said, I think they've only got about 30 more minutes. They're going to cut a little early because a majority of the cars are gone, and we got a 2.5 hour ride tonight. So by the time you add in checkpoints, these guys will probably be around that 3.5 hour range, and that's if everything goes perfect. So I'm hanging out here for a few more, like I said, till we're done. As soon as everything's a wrap, I'll be getting things torn down and moving down the road. So just hang tight, guys. Like I said, I think they're going to shut the lanes down at 4 o'clock.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank everybody for coming out here to Southeast Street in Yeet 2025, presented by Motion Raceworks here at Greer Dragway today. Thank you to Greer Dragway and all the staff here for the hospitality and all the efforts and the smooth racing surface and racing program. We really appreciate the hospitality. From here, our racers are on their way. The majority of them have left the facility, and they are making the trek to CPR Performance for our little party tonight. CPR Performance is one of the sponsors of Southeast Street and Yeet, and they're our checkpoint, the only checkpoint we have tonight. Be hanging out there, listening to music, talking cars, and doing burnouts. They got a burnout pit, so if you want to annihilate some tires, I think I am going to do a little bit of tire shredding myself. Sitting up here in the tower all day watching everybody else get to do burnouts. I haven't done one good burnout on this trip yet because nobody has pointed a camera at me. I have that problem. If you point a camera at me, I like to do dumb things. Staging lanes are going to be open for about another 25 minutes. I still see some racers here on the property. I see Mr. Buntley walking back up here to the starting line. I know he has not seen what he wants to see on the time slip quite yet. Maybe, I don't know, are you going to make another shot at it? Thumbs up, thumbs down? Oh, I don't know. That's a maybe. That's not a no. So you're saying there's a chance. There might be a couple other contenders that are looking for some action on the strip, but I know a lot of the cars have started to make their way out of the track, and we are coming to a close here to day 2, the carnage that is Southeast Street and Yeet. Started a little bit rough, tore up a race car. Fortunately, the driver walked away from that one. Sad to see that. But otherwise, it's been pretty smooth. Most of the breakage throughout the day has been drivetrain parts because of the sticky surface. So that's a tough one to complain about. Nobody wants to see broken cars, but if you're going to break something, that's the way to go. If you want to continue to follow along with the mayhem that is Southeast Street and Yeet, you can tune into the Spoold Media channel on YouTube to watch the live feed. We're going to continue this mayhem tomorrow in Carolina Dragway. After that, we'll wrap it up back home at Shady Side. I see you over there. Shout out to you by Shady Side family. Hi. Lanes will close in 15 minutes, racers. Lanes will close in 15 minutes. 5 minutes, racers. If you guys are, if anybody in there is thrashing feverishly to make something happen, you got 5 minutes to make it happen and get your car in the lanes. 5 minutes. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I just got word. There's some racers that are currently thrashing, and this is coming from Devin himself. The lanes will remain open until 5. So 5 p.m. racers. So those racers that just heard me on your little countdown, and I might have scared you a little bit there, I apologize. I was misinformed. I have been corrected. Devin has informed me the lanes will remain open until 5. For those of you still here hanging around with us and wondering what's going on, I am too. We have about 35 minutes of time left. We're going to be closing the staging lanes here soon, around 5 p.m. I'm looking up at the hill here and I see the GTO that I believe was the one that absolutely grenaded the diff on the starting line. It looks like they might have found one. He made a parade lap around the pits, but that is still in race trim. I see the black CTSV up on the hill still in race trim. Perhaps they're one of the other teams that are thrashing. And the portable car hoist is still here. I believe the Corvette was occupying that, last I heard. So while it may be all quiet here at the track, we are still, in fact, waiting for a reason, and I think the GTO is coming around in the staging lanes. Shake and bake, ladies and gentlemen. We have racing action. I knew we stayed open for a reason. Never doubted Devin for a minute. Mike Sayers will be coming around the mountain. Sayers yesterday turned in an 8.10. I call it a hunch and assume that that car is probably a little quicker than that. And Sayers going to politely leave the starting line, 192 to the 60 foot, and he's going to roll through 793 at 92 miles an hour on the left-hand side of the racetrack for the GTO. And I believe that is the car. Is that the car that blew the diff up earlier today? It is. Congratulations on getting it fixed, getting it back out here. That's not an easy part to find. That car is, it may say Pontiac on the back of it, but that is in fact an Australian car. All the writing inside of it is actually upside down. Real quick, I want to give a special thanks to Hawk Motorsports. Hawk Motorsports in Easley. The GTO that just went down the track that had left the differential almost laying on the starting line was bailed out by them, as well as the Corvette that's up there on the portable car hoist right now. The Corvette absolutely wrecked the transmission thanks to the sticky starting line here at Greer Dragway. But thanks to the folks at Hawks Motorsports, they had the parts in stock and they delivered them. They brought them here to the track for those guys. So huge thanks to Hawks Motorsports for taking care of our street yeeters out here. And I'm getting the reports from Race Control that we are done. That will conclude day 2 for Southeast Street Yeet here at Greer Dragway in Greer, South Carolina, presented by Motion Raceworks. Thank you once again for everybody tuning in on the live feed. Thank you to Spoold Media. Thank you to Corey. My name is Ryan. And if you'd like to join us, come down to Carolina Dragway tomorrow for day 3 of Southeast Street Yeet. We'll see you guys there. I'm out. Attention to the pits. If you are still on site, whether you're fixing your car or not, and you need to turn in your time slip, please come down to the trailer. We cannot leave until everybody has turned in their time slip. So racers, you need to get down to the HCR tent and turn in your time slip. I'm going to go ahead and say you got 10 to 15 minutes. You got until they load that trailer up, which is probably going to take them longer than 10 to 15 minutes. So you got ample time to get down here, but let's just say 15 minutes tops. If for some reason you had an issue on the track and you are one of the people that haven't turned in your time slip, if you have an issue on the track and you didn't get a time slip because you didn't complete your pass and so you never made it by the time slip shack, if you have the ability to just go back through the live feed and pull up your pass and show us a picture of you on the track on the live feed, that shows more than sufficient to give you the default time of whatever it is, 20 seconds, I believe. But if you have a time slip to turn in and you are still here on the property, you need to get that down here. If you're one of the racers that's helping another racer, please get down here and turn that time slip in so we can mosey our way down to the next track, where I will see all of you in the morning.